Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, and welcome back. How is everyone? Hey, Kaggle. Hey, Nebula. Hey, Kobe and Kiwi Dave. Hey, Bill. Hey, Nick. Hey, Malfrey. Hey, another CG. Who else? Dominic. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Francisco. Hey, Aetheling, Nurglrot. Just got done working on this with Kiloprints. So if you're not tuned into those streams, that's what I've been doing. That's what's pushing this start back about half an hour. I'm not late. I'm intending to be starting this time. So we have more time for this build. We are one more stream away from working. Today they powered on, showed a little light show, but the builds are turning out really good. I'm really happy. Jeff, thank you for the gifted memberships. Starting off strong. Hey, Neil. So let me put this out of the way. Just wanted to show this guy off. Ended up using an M4 for this build, but the rest of it is turning out pretty fantastic. Nice little magnetic top to expose the electronics. And we'll be finishing this up next weekend. So, Asios Prints, thanks for becoming a member. Put this off to the side so we can get started with this another big tool changer project. So we're going to talk about it a little bit. Today's going to be hopefully fairly casual, kind of getting into the building up to this stream a little bit. I'm not quite ready for some of it. I couldn't have been ready for. Hey, Killer Prince. Hey, Dr. Dave. Hey, Lewis. Lore Girl. Yeah. So, thank Draft Shift Design. Well, thank you. I just realized that's JD. There we go. Okay, let me get some stuff over here, and we'll get going. I've done a bit of prep here. I don't have a color coded hex tray yet. I hope to have one. And I got printed parts and the printer itself. So there we go. Put this over here. Get things going. Kenny lost audio. Oh, there we go. Hi, Laura. Any idea when we'll see more of your index printer? Maybe Wednesday. So I do not. So the way this holiday season is lined up, I have Christmas Eve and Christmas completely free. We're doing alternate days. So I think this Wednesday, I'm gonna do a chill print with the index stream. So I'm gonna bring the index over here and I wanna do probably some PLA and PETG prints on it. So Ryan's being the extra bitey today. Oscar has been extra lately. During the stream before this, he sat on my keyboard for so long and hit just the right combination of keys to put in key filters. So then my keyboard stopped working. So I figured it out. Hey, Woodjucky. Hey, James and Alan. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Skyrim. Congrats on your filament win in the last stream. Okay, so this is my blue V2 that I originally started the build almost exactly 4 years ago. I started this build in like December, January, early on in my streaming. This was a beta Voron 2 kit from LDO. And yeah. Hey, foil designer. He is on the naughty list. He's a little turd. Hey, Ross. Day's free. My family keeps planning things and involving me. Now, these alternate holiday plans mean I am going to be forced to not do a member stream in December, which I'm very sad about. I'm going to do 2 of them in January. So stay tuned. I thought I was going to be able to do the 27th, but that got eaten up by plans. So we will be doing 2 member streams in January to make up for it. Hey, Fintaru. Do I buy Bamboo Labs or add a StealthChanger to my Voron? StealthChanger to your Voron. If you like to build, if you like projects, then StealthChanger to the Voron. Easy choice. Hey, Sean. This was a build brought me to YouTube and eventually getting me to buy a kit. Nice. Make up for that. Index stream makes up for that. There we go. Never won the giveaway. What are the odds? Well, hopefully your time's coming, Timor. Is it a camera angle or is that just a micron? Does it look small? Hey, Justin. There we go. So, this printer, I have changed it. It is a new frame. The original blue frame was quite faded. Was not going to match the StealthChanger additional extrusions at all. So I bought a frame from West 3D. I reprinted all the parts. It was originally Polymaker light gray ABS with a mixture of some of their light gray ASA in there later. And then KVP Lulzbach green for the accent. So now it's Polymaker carbon fiber 08, the 8% carbon fiber ASA, and then 3DO ASA glass fiber Ratrig green. So keeping the same theme, but slightly different colors. There's a very strong mix, Kobe, of what I buy versus what's sent to me. Generally, if there is a project that I want to feature, like the StealthChanger kit here. So StealthChanger kit was provided to me by LDO to use in this build, but anything that I want as far as changes to printers or whatever, very often I will just buy the parts. So the channel members and that enable me to be able to do that without worrying about it. I just get to do it. So, and then I get to show it off. Get to show it to all you, and that's the cycle, right? I'm really happy with how this went. It is not complete. There is going to continue to be work that needs to be done between streams to bring the printer fully up to date. But I think it'll work out okay. This fall has been really busy for me. So there's going to be a sprinkling of recent goings on and other things that I've done on this printer. So this will be an interesting start to this because StealthChanger is an add-on to an existing printer. And let me bring up the documentation. I got transferred, but was still waiting after the stream started. Weird. Hey, Bill. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Find out your ferrofluid to Laura, and she said, so it's venom. Yes. Yeah, turntable. Lazy Susan has been fantastic. Hey, Mike. Okay. Documentation. So I think I actually forgot to put this in the description. So in the description is a list of all the modifications that I'm planning on doing to this build. So those have been formulated by chatting with the StealthChanger help team and figuring out what is going to work best for how I want this to turn out. So I am going off script of the build in very minor ways, and I've linked all of those ways that I'm doing, and I will change that if I make any changes in the middle of the build. So I'll add to those links. Was the light display on your desk? That's cool. That is a ferrofluid display that reacts to noise. So it's reacting to my voice. Anyway, so this is the StealthChanger documentation. It's easy. It's stealthchanger.com. I posted the link in the chat, and we will be using this and giving feedback on this because this is still new and in progress. So the idea is that we will do our best to follow along with it and give feedback in areas where it may or be able to be improved or whatever. So let's see. Little aside, so let's do the first aside. So Mad Max, speaking of tool changers, I did print this on Mad Max, and I'm pretty proud of it, considering the filament is not as tuned as it could be. So tool changers, tool changers, tool changers. Index, Mad Max, now StealthChanger. So just increasing capabilities. This is Jesse filament on both. It's their Soul Black glitter and then the Brad's orange. And I think it turned out pretty fantastic. There are definitely flaws in the print, but for a mostly untuned print and 508 tool changes. But what I wanted to show, which was interesting, is the prime tower. So this is prime tower. It's very thin, it's very light. There's not a lot to it. All this is to make sure that any ooze that might have occurred in between the dock and the print ends up on here and not on the print. So this print is from Printables, and this was made by Joe. Makes and Breaks is the new name of his channel. Yeah, great print. But what was interesting on here is I had a lot of problems. This is tool 0 side, on this side to start this prime tower. And it turns out that the little silicone blocker that I had for the nozzle wasn't touching the nozzle. So I was getting extra ooze onto here and causing problems. As soon as I adjusted that, it went fine, and I was able to stop babysitting it. So. Still want a dual nozzle tool head, no changes, just a lifting nozzle. Yeah. So the adhesion problems were because there was a blob of filament here that I had to cut off. So I caused the adhesion problems there, trying to keep the tool head from being knocked loose by the lifting of this side of the tower because it was oozing extra filament. So, but yeah, this went, and I was able to, I went to bed at about here. Once this was going smooth, I went to bed about here, and then it finished the rest of it and turned out fine. I was pretty pleased. 508 tool changes on the Mad Max. So now we get to start a new tool changer build, looking for similar reliability results and go from there. Alex, thank you for being a member for 28 months. Have you checked out Ouroboros or similar? I have an Ouroboros board, and I do plan on installing it on my Gray Trident. So that is a future project. So I was able to get in on the beta or the first release of buys. That is an expensive setup to go with. I was able to get in at the kind of early release discounted price, luckily. You can do a multicolor speedboat race with like 9 printers. I'm gonna have Black Box, Index, Mad Max, and StealthChanger, not including Box Turtle and the MMU3. You're putting one in Trident too. Nice. Okay, so I don't want to delay too much going. Let's talk about the printer a little bit. So the gantry is all set up. I have not belted it yet because it's going to need to be rebelted for the shuttle for this. One of the neat little things I'm kind of proud of is I made these bed stoppers that have the offsets for the Prusa Core 1L beds. So I can easily index the build sheets to these stoppers. Those are printed out of PPS. So I don't know if ABS would be fine, probably, but these and regular sheets can be easily indexed on there. Hey, Kaloop. I'm waiting on the VVD. So I am expecting to get a VVD, and that will probably go on the Trimax. Well, let's turn this up and look at this. So here's the electronic setup we're going with on the StealthChanger here. Built 4 A4T tool heads with Rapido UHF for a StealthChanger build. I'm not going to complete. That's a bummer. I'll find a good bed stopper set for Trident. I'm gonna work on that, K-Sipple. So this is incomplete. The wiring is not complete. It's close though. Like the AB steppers are here. I need to run more wires in that is why it's not hooked up. But this is important. We're gonna talk about this a little bit. Hey Wally. Hey Rick. Hey Ratty. Let's talk about this a little bit. I am going with a Leviathan. I'm going with a Leviathan controller and the expansion board. So the expansion board is because I can get 2 more 5160 drivers at 48 volts. So now I have 4 48 volt drivers because we're gonna run the Z steppers at 48 volts so we can really push our Z movements, speed and acceleration for faster tool changes. So those are gonna be run off of the UHP 200 watt power supply dedicated to those 4 Z steppers. And then for the rest of the printer, the tool heads, the AB steppers, there's a 350 watt UHP 24 volt power supply. When adding individual tools like this, where each tool has its own heater and everything, you really need to pay attention to make sure you're meeting your power requirements. I went through many iterations of this with the StealthChanger helping team, and they probably looked at me a little sideways with what I wanted to do at first. And I finally got to a point, I think, where they're probably thinking, okay, this will probably work. But I had 200 watts at one point. I was going to use the new little LDO power supplies, but the packaging wasn't quite right. So here I just have a simple mount that puts both of these on the DIN rail. Everything's wired in clean. So, hey Steve. Following closely as I've started purchasing bits to do this build. Awesome. They did look at me sideways. Yep. So definitely there is some information. If you go out to the draft shift, the StealthChanger documentation, they talk about power, and there's a little estimate power calculator just to give you an idea of what you should be looking at for the power supplies. These are just the regular kit steppers. These are just the regular kit steppers. They've told me that they've had good luck with running those at the speeds and accelerations they are at 48 volts. So we're going with that. Let's see, what else is here? I am running a Pi 4, just regular Pi 4 into there. And then the rest of the stuff will be, added as we do the build. How do you calculate the hot end power requirement? So I have 5 tool heads. I do have 60 watt heaters on each one, but they're not going to be running at 100%. So I am running Revo Voron hot ends with the 60 watt heaters. I don't need the 60 watt heaters. I probably would have been better off just doing the 40 watt heaters. But Flash, this is the LDO Leviathan with the expansion board add-on. This is kind of a pain. As far as I don't know, maybe they include something now. This is a earlier release version of it. Little bit of a pain in that this junction here to get 48 volts from the expansion board, because 48 volts comes in up here. And this is the 48 volt port on the Leviathan. I had to make itty bitty tiny little jumpers in there. So, did you already print the carriage? Last time I was a bit scared by the supports and the belt teeth. I am using the LDO CNC carriage, Fusen. So that was a little bit of a pain to do. I managed it even with a little bit of insulation in there. But I don't know if the full production versions come with a solution there, but I didn't have one, so I had to deal with it. Bus wires for that connection now. Okay, that's good to know. Mine was not retail packaged. I think Murph Jason gave that to me at Murph. And do the same adapter on Pi. LDO StealthChanger, get the kit. Just a question about bed probe. Do I still can use the Voron tap? Well, it has its own tap setup, Ahmed. Let's get these parts out of the way. Okay. So let's go through and just kind of browse the documentation. I may switch up the order slightly, but we'll see. Any other questions about the underside? What tool head and how many will you make? So I am going to use ant heads. So a lot of this build is based on me going to the StealthChanger team and saying, hey, what is your most recommended setup? And that's ant heads with orbiter extruders. So are you planning on running AB motors on 24 volts? Yes. Was Oscar told to go away? No, Oscar's never told to go away. He's just a turd sometimes. Sits on my keyboard. Is that a 3? Oh yeah, so, oh yeah, that is a Core 1L sheet. Yep. Can't run the entire printer on 48 volts. Well, I mean, with the right controller you can. But I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think it'll work just fine for me with the AB steppers at 24 volts. Yes, I absolutely would, Jeremy. Okay, he's already gotten treats today, but he knows there's 2 streams. He's probably going to get 2 treats. Ant heads with orbiter, yep. Okay, so documentation. Where are we at? Introduction. So what is StealthChanger? Is the key component in a larger ecosystem that you can use on Voron and other front mount printers. StealthChanger enables the tool to be completely removed from the gantry, making it proficient in tool changing. So 2 major components, the shuttle and the back plate. Do you have any preferences? So for one reason, I've seen some StealthChanger builds on the Leviathan and our Pi, some on the Manta. I don't really have a preference other than I had this expansion board and it was a good opportunity to use it and test it and try it. Okay, flying printer front mounted. So we have a modular dock, which we're going to build these today and put on the printer. Gives you a place to rest the tools while they're not in use. You have the door buffer, which moves everything forward by 20 millimeters. Give yourself a little extra room in there. And then a top hat to give us room for the umbilicals, and then some cable management and calibration tools. So let's get started. You gonna jump over there? You gonna make the jump? You gonna jump over there? He's trying, he wants to jump from the, you gonna do it? You gonna do it? It's a little far of a jump for him. He's a little nervous. I don't think I can get a view that would show him. You can see the, he wants to. There you go, good job. Okay, getting started. Printing. So all parts should be printed with the Voron printing recommendation except the 3D printed shuttle, which also requires supports. So I am using the CNC shuttle, so I have no experience with the 3D printed version. Tuning is important. I do not like to scale my parts. I've had very good luck with not scaling parts to fit. However, the back plate on these tool heads is so important that I went through a cycle of testing different scales until I found one that worked with the filament I'm using. So the back plate is the most critical part of this to get those, and you'll see, we'll go over this more, but to get the pins that are on there to align with the shuttle is critical. So read this, it's important. Hey, Kid and Ray. That get good comment came came back to bite. Oh yeah, no, I completely understand there, JD. I am disappointed that the filled filament didn't take care of it, but from the back plate, I see you can buy metal versions now. I've seen some metal versions available, but that's probably a good idea for the general, for a typical builder who doesn't want to deal with the finicky fit of the shuttle to the back plate. As machined options come out, I think is a good thing. More tools and docks inside the print typically means you end up with some lost printer build volume. So we'll talk about that more as we can visualize it more on the printer. And then of course there's a community with Discord and Facebook. So this goes into power and electronics. This is where we were talking about the power supply selection. Power supply selection, building a tool changer inherently increases both the power demand and the amount of I/O the printer must support. Yep. Most efficient way to manage this is to use a tool headboard on each tool. Keeps all the tools wiring self-contained. Yep. I would not want to try this build with individual wires going to each tool. Hey, Hadrick. So here is basic rough estimate. It's not perfect, but it'll give you a good idea on what kind of power supply you're going to need. So going through here, talking about power supplies, additional power supplies, wiring them up, that kind of thing. So lots of power supply options, going through all the way up to big giant 500, 600 watt power supplies are available in here. Tool headboards. I am using Nighthawk 36s. They came in the kit. The main board will have to be huge. Yeah, it would. Well, it's Clipper. You can just add more main boards. Just add more boards. You're fine. Not fun, but fine. Oscar. He's sitting there, knocking my freshly printed parts off the bench. There you go. Get a good view of him jumping. Pick these up. Put these over here. Okay. Tool headboard options, that kind of thing, depending on your setup. Some links to more options. And then distribution boards. So bird's nest, more can, and we'll be using the Nighthawk Hexa because that was supplied in the kit. Hardware. StealthChanger. So this is a good demonstration of what the tool pickup process looks like. There's a shuttle, printed versus CNC. There's a few options for or at least a couple of options for the CNC, and we will obviously be using the LDO version. Be careful which plastic you're using. This is critical piece. If you're printing it, make sure you pay attention to the plastic, print tuning, that kind of thing. All the different options here. So one of the things about this build is this is intended to be the tool changing system for a wide variety of source hardware. It makes it a extremely difficult thing to document and help with integrations. So that is why I'm taking the path of hopefully minimal resistance with the choice on the ant head with orbiter and such. And Mr. sitting on my spacebar again. Let's scroll back up. Hey, Brent. Yep, all the mods that I'm planning on using are in the description. So shuttle keeper. The shuttle keeper is an additional component that we use to hold the belts in place while the shuttle is removed from the MGN rail. There are situational reasons. I haven't printed this, so I haven't even tried that. Belt helper. I didn't print that either. But we may not even be installing the shuttle on the printer today. My plan is to get all the docks installed, the door buffer installed, and I need the shuttle to be off the printer to properly fit all the back plates to make sure everything's working well. So it depends on how far we'll get today. And then this is the back plate that the shuttle then, so these are the pins. So this is the printed part I had to scale. So the scaling, I tried everything between 100.5%, and then I did 100.6, 100.7, 100.8, and 101. 101 was obviously way too large, and the size I need is going to be in the 106 or 107 range. I only have a couple of them printed at that scale right now, but that'll be something I print more of in between streams. I'm planning on building a tool head on stream and most of them in between streams, just because it's repetitive. So the modular dock is where the tools get set when they're not being used. Let's see, let's get down here. You've got different, so when you go out here, when you're working on this build, you're presented with a huge variety of options. Short docks, long docks, stubby docks, standard docks. So when you're talking the docks, stubby versus standard is referring to the depth. And there are, there's a compatibility matrix type thing on what's compatible with what. We are using standard docks with the ant head. There are considerations that I don't have fully understood, so I couldn't explain all of them, but a lot of it is mentioned in the docs. There are considerations in what tools fit with which dock style. So I'm using the long docks with the standard base. So see, the stubby base is not compatible when using a door buffer. If you're using a door buffer, you must use the standard base. Things like that. Little compatibility notices are important to pay attention to. There's a blocker. This is just ooze blocker type stuff. The LDO kit came with the spring steel setup, so that's what I'll be using. And it mentions this here. The LDO tool head and dock includes pre-molded spring steel blockers. If you're using the LDO kit, you will need to print the spring steel variant. So I did. Why so many? Because you can choose. You get choose your own adventure here, John. You get to choose. Am I using an A4T tool head? Am I using an ant head? I'm using a dragon burner. Am I using the Yavoth? You know, all of these have considerations. So back plate, wiper. Actually, did I don't know what I did for the wiper, if anything. Got the frame, so short frame, or standard height versus short height. Now, I think I could get away with the short height with the ant head tools, but I'm putting a Nomi in the center just for fun because I've never installed a Nomi before. So I'm going with the standard height. I don't know if I'll keep it. I may end up changing it. There are considerations on how much Z height the exclusion zone changes. So we'll see. I don't usually print very tall things, so it's not a big deal. And we won't be using. These are links to tie the tool heads together, which I don't think we'll end up using. We will see. Stabilizers, we're not going to be using the stabilizers, I don't think. And these are the containers. This is the Nomi container, and then I did the rest of them in this hex mesh. The LDO kit comes with the extrusion to do a printed door buffer, which we did, and we should get to installing today. And this is kind of talking about why there's a buffer instead of just putting an extrusion in there. So, excuse me. So this is the solution, and there is an LDO specific door buffer to parts to print that are out there. I will be doing an extrusion top hat that came in the kit with panels and all that stuff, but there is a printed version as well. So, cable management. I know folks had mentioned they were hoping I could come up with some fantastic way to keep from having to use VHB to hold the fanny pack on. I haven't figured anything out, so we'll be doing the recommended process here, I think. We got lots of time though. Hey, Daddy Wazzy. Okay, tool heads. So here is a list of options on the different tool heads that are generally supported. A4T, the ant head. I am going with ant heads for a big reason because of the size. A4T, as I found out, A4T size and weight. A4T is a fairly wide tool head. There is a mod, an additional mod that is listed in the description that I'll be doing by Nemi that adds some extra magnets to help stabilize the tools in the dock as well. Archetype Blackbird, Dragon Burner, Jabberwocky, Mini Stealth Burner, Rapid Burner, Stealth Burner, Zol, Yavoth. I mean, and then this is, pay attention here. So like for instance here, the Zol, you can't use the stubby dock. You got to use the short dock. Or the short dock works. You don't have to. I don't know quite. You do the wide dock width and then the max number of tools you can fit based on the size of your build. So if we go up here to the ant head, we are looking at 5 tools, which is max for 300mm Voron. I'm doing 5. I am doing the short dock. I'm not doing the stubby dock, but I think, from talking to them, I don't think I can for some other reason. Why didn't I go with Dragon Bird? I prefer ant head. I would like to try Yavoth, but my experience on the Dragon Burner with the Solid Fork build was not 100%. I wasn't it wasn't anything special. Dragon Burner wasn't anything special. I had to make a couple of modifications to it. But I do want to try Chirpy's other toolhead, the Yavoth, on some build at some point. Hey, Traxman. Okay, calibration tools. So the kit did come with the stuff to do a sex ball probe. So this is basically a Z end stop that has the sphere there so that it reacts. It can react in all directions. Stubby docks don't work with the door buffer. There we go. Maybe some way to call that out in that matrix might be a good thing. To call out that little bit there somewhere. Maybe it's already there. Maybe I skipped over it. I am skimming this. So yeah, this is saying that all the stuff for the sex ball comes in the LDO kit. So we will build it. I don't know what I'm going to ultimately end up doing. I may put a nudge on here. I may do a camera. We'll see. The pop-ups on the scrollovers give some valuable info on what scrollovers. Okay. This is the Ember prototype camera. I have one of those. I can try it out, that kind of thing. Which camera? Nudge. Here's a nudge option. And then some calibration prints. And troubleshooting. What are you doing? Oh, he's fascinated. Oscar is fascinated by the... That's hilarious. The prior page. Okay, I'll try to pay attention to that, Shotgar. Thank you. Did I say hi, Traxman? Hi, Traxman. So we have a lot of folks from the StealthChanger helping team here. And I just want to say again that these guys have been absolutely fantastic in getting me through this process and getting me ready for this. So in spite of my best efforts to YOLO it to some degree, no. Heat treating, so, oh, so there are some, so here is something that I've been working on, looking at this for a little bit. So some of the back plate stuff, one of the, if not the most critical part in this build is this back plate. And they're talking about some ways to look at, see if we're in the, our scaling is correct, all that. You are gonna, here, keyboard is now under the printer. You can't get to it. Tuxedo, thank you for the gifted memberships. That moment, I did not make that ferrofluid thing. Big Tree Tech, that was their holiday gift of the year to some of the creators out there. Thanks, Mark. I am sure I'm going down the rabbit hole. Yep. Okay, so measurement across the pins. Actually, I was checking this before I saw this page, so I was comparing this measurement here. Sounds like a challenge. Of course, I can get to the keyboard. Well, some of the things you can do to get it cleaned up. Anyway, this is good information to have. Other things we may refer to this as we go in the build if we feel like we need to. So, with that, I wanted to give an overview of what we're doing here, what the components are. Looks like we get to get into the assembly. So, StealthChanger assembly, overview shot of the printer here. Hey, CM Home. Killer Prince, thanks for the gifted memberships. So, and then StealthChanger assembly. So this is an overview. So it'll pop up a full rendering of the assembly. So the way this documentation is set, we have a summary, we have the printed BOM, the hardware BOM, and the resources for each section here. Building is not hard, configuring and tune it is the challenge. I had a good primer here. Building the Mad Max gave me a good primer to this setup, or to a similar setup. Hey, RJ. So this is nice. You can get a good look at the whole setup here. Zoom in, zoom out, different steps. Let's reload the current step, show all. I guess we can maybe go in here and change stuff maybe, I don't know. Colors, maximize. Oh, there we go. There we go. That'll be handy. What else do we have here? We can change colors, we can reload, show all, hide all. Okay, so if we go next, we're looking at the different parts. Take a base Voron 2. It says it up here behind chat. Add StealthChanger shuttle. That's that. Add the cable management. Hey, Deanna. Add a door buffer with crossbar. Add the docks and tools. And then add a top hat. And that's it. That's all the parts. Now check out the other guides. They explain how to build and install everything. I like it. Let's minimize this. So, and then if we go through printed BOM, StealthChanger printed parts, here's a link to the GitHub, to the StealthChanger hardware BOM. This is the overview. So all of this in half a stream. Yes, this is going to be, this is the way that I want to go through this with purpose, right? In detail, make sure we don't miss anything. And then some other resources. So, okay. Back plates. So if we go in order here, we can look at the back plate. So let's go to the back plate overview. So we have Dragon Burner, Blackbird, Yavoth, a little thingy, not a big deal. If this was in a same order as the toolhead overview, it might be nice. Ant head is down here at the bottom. So if I go here, each back plate has its own thing. We have a printed bomb, and this links to the different parts on the for the back plate on the Draft Shift StealthChanger GitHub, and then a spacer, ant head spacer. Let's look at this. What is this part? Install the 2 heat inserts into the back plate. A V2 at standard Z motion speed would make tool changes slow. Yes. So little point there. This printer used to have Galileo to Z XL. And early on in the process, communicating with the StealthChanger helping team, I was told that my tool change speed would have a lower cap with the Galileo setup than with the spec Voron Z drives. So I chose to switch to the spec away from the Galileo 2Z. So that is important to pay attention to if you want to minimize your print times. So next, install a 6x3 magnet, making sure the polarity attracts the backplate to the shuttle. Then we're going to install a couple of flathead screws there, and then installing the pin. Now the whole process for installing these pins can be some techniques to try to make sure that they stay aligned. Mesh the backplate and shuttle together, and using the small end of an Allen wrench, push the top 2 and the rest of the way, and secure the 2 and 3x10 button head screws. Okay. Then test the operation. If your shuttle and backplate do not move smoothly, try loosening the top 2 screws, twist the pins, and retightening while meshed with the shuttle. Excuse me. Small amount of resistance is not necessarily a bad thing. You believe the weight of the tool head would reliably mess the shuttle and backplate. If you're unable to achieve smooth operation between the backplate and the shuttle, please consult the hardware troubleshooting. And then we set the preload for the backplate. And I'm sorry, my throat has gotten dry. Lots of talking. Hey, RC Eagle. Okay, so then we have the thing about this spacer. I actually don't remember seeing this spacer. No, I don't want to do that. Ant head spacer. I don't want to. Here, let's just open it. I didn't print those. That's okay. I don't remember seeing that as a requirement, but that's me. I missed it. That's okay. Sorry. Flurp. Thanks for becoming a member. Let's look at this. Let's get the printer out of the way. Printer out of the way and look at a shuttle or a backplate. Here you go, buddy. There you go. I have backplates over here. All the backplates all the time. I printed lots of backplates. That one is 100.7 scaling. I have 101% scaling. That one is too big. This one's 0.8 with some pins installed. This one's 100.6 and 100.5. So there's the progression of what I printed testing, trying to get these pins to fit. The LDO kit does come with 2 sets of pins. It comes with 12mm pins and 13mm pins. And I'm not quite sure where you would use these, but the general idea I got from JD is use the 13s. I'm not sure why the 12s are in there. Let me see, where are the other pins? Let me pull up my box of parts over here. That's the base kit, and where was the other box? There was more to it than this. Where did that go? I just had this. Just had the other box of parts. We'll keep the 12 as a stash. Hey, Bob. How are we doing? We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament, so make sure you enter for that. Let me find the stream settings. There we go. 300 people here, 107 likes. Where did the... I just had all the boxes of things here last night. I was going through everything, and I feel like I'm looking right over it. Maybe I put them over here. Yeah, there's some of it. There they are. I found them. 12mm work with straight bushings, work better with LDO tapered bushings. Okay. Got it. So each of these tool head, so we have a tool and dot kit, and this came with 5 of these. So I've mostly pulled the parts out and consolidated fasteners into my trays here and stuff like that. But Simon, thanks for becoming a member. So, and then TFE tubes. These have pins in them, so that's what I'm after right now is more pins. Let's go water instead of coffee and see if that helps. So let's dive into here for some 13mm pins and work on. So there's the 13s. We have little spring steel, and these are the spring steel blockers, and some magnets, and magnets with screw holes in them, and things that Oscar really wants to knock off the bench. Okay, there we go. Here, do we want to do treats? Felix isn't interested, so let's do treats real quick. See if I can get this guy off my... You've already had treats today. You want more? You want more? Yes. You know what? You gotta come and get it. There you go. Mike, thanks for being a member. Your view on Mad Max. I just did a 508 tool change print without tool changer related interventions. So the only intervention I had was the ooze blocker wasn't adjusted properly. So once I got that adjusted, it was great. Okay. So I think which one did I just, ooh, what was that? I don't know what size it was that I just did. Was it the 6 or the 7? I'm gonna try the 6 right now. So if we look at, so this is 0.8. Now I have the wrong screw down here because I was assembling things before, but that's okay. I'll get that sorted before I go too far. So calipers and the measurement across the pins is what we're looking at here. So, Adam, thanks for being a member. 26 months. Excited to see StealthChanger build. 26 months. Yep. So if we measure across here, we are at 39.04. Now the shuttle, let me see, where is the shuttle? The shuttle is over here. The shuttle fits pretty close on here. So this is the CNC shuttle. This is the LDO version. It has these bushings, and this goes on here like this. So that comes on, goes on pretty good. It goes on to there, and then that last little bit takes a little bit extra to push on, but I also don't have the magnet here or the screws here. So I do want to try this 0.7 or 0.6 scale and see how it fits. So let's do that real quick. So that one is good. Let's grab, I want to do the 0.6 and see where they end up. So let's build this one. This and the pins. I want to see what it looks like, and I'm going to put the extra pins because there ends up being, there's 4 in each of these bags, but I'm going to put the extra pins all in the same bag. What's the advantage of the CNC shuttle? Precision in the spacing of everything. That is a huge thing here. I would very much look at a CNC version of this as well, as long as it was consistent in matching up with the shuttles. This is the LDO kit. Yep. Okay, starting here, I was doing 12 millimeter. So the instructions, I think, say, and let's find out. I think the instructions here, if we go back, let's go ahead and do this full size. This is a M3x8 on the bottom, and the two on the top were by 12s. Mesh the back plate and shuttle together, push the top 2 4x12 pins all the way and secure with 2 M3x10 button hit. So here, real quick. This says 2 M3x10 button head cap screws, and these are socket heads. So little typo there or something. So these should be socket head cap screw. And then I think down here was correct. So install the bottom 4x12 pin with an M3x8 button head cap screw is correct. So typo there, no big deal, but just pointing out things where I see them. Okay. Let's see. I wanted to try the 0.6 because I want to see, and then we'll find out if the 0.7 in between is correct or not. So put these guys in here and then just start threading them in. That's 2. There we go. Hellsparks' draft design dev team. Hellspark, thanks for being here. So I'm just starting these. I don't want to thread these in far enough to where they get a kind of a set angle into the part yet. Just starting them. And then on the bottom, I did go with to start with a 10 millimeter because it's easier to get it started here. So then with all these loose, I was told it's a good idea to get this on here. And see, that's That's perfect. Let's just leave it right like that. It drops right on. Now with this held in place, we can pull all these pins in, see where we end up. Get these. Now, access to this screw, no matter what style of screw it is a real pain. I don't know there's any way around that. You can't get any other type of driver in there. It's just to get it started though, it barely. I don't know if a button head would be a little better there. We can try it. But get that one started, get these going. You do need a ball end driver. Yes, definitely need a ball end driver. But I don't know if a 2mm might be just slightly easier to get in there. TPU driver, yeah. So I'm just working these in. I'm gonna get them somewhat snug and see how we, oh, that's 106 was the scaling. 100.6. That goes all the way in, no binding at all. It's fantastic. I'm gonna pull this one out and put the 8mm button head that's going to stay there. Um, 8mm button head, here we go. Let's see if this continues to be fantastic when this bottom one gets tightened. Without the shuttle in place, it's a little easier to get to it from here. That angle, a little better than that angle. So right through here isn't too bad. So let's see what we can do with this. That is the best fit I've had. I was struggling with all of these. That is a fantastic fit. Let's see if we can get in here. That's a little worse angle. I don't know which is better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to tighten that without the shuttle on there and just hope it stays straight. The 10-foot long driver wouldn't help. It would only help if I was running out of driver shaft there. and then this is the problem. Ball driver gets stuck in there. There we go. Let's see if this still fits. Oh yeah, that's a perfect fit. 100.6 is my magic number. I'm gonna print 4 more of those at 100.6. Look at that. That is, I have not gotten that good a fit in trying all these other ones. That's fantastic. I'm actually pretty happy about that. Let's see what we're measuring across here. Measuring 38.98. And inside here, let's get this straight. This isn't the proper tool to measure this inside, but we can get somewhat, pretty much 39.00. So that extra little, that's perfect. That could not get any better. I have baseline for the rest, yep. So the plan is to build one of these on stream today. So it's okay that I don't have any other 100.6s. I don't have time to build more than one. So having one printed and assembled is good. So let me replace these two so I make sure I don't screw up my quantities of screws. I did the slightly longer ones here so it's easier to grab onto the pin without pulling the pin too far into the plastic. So I'm going to swap these out for 10mm screws, because that's what this instruction says it should be, and that's, I'm assuming, what the kit quantities are set for. When putting in the magnets, do it with the shuttle to make it easy. Okay. Come with the kit to make that easier, or just use the short end. Well, thank you for reminding me, because I did notice that there were some drivers that came with the kit. let's check to see. So the question is, can I get a driver in there into that spot? Let me grab the drivers that it came with. So this is the tool set that came with it, which has one of my favorite drivers now, this little stubby 2mm. So that gives me an extra one of those, but it comes with some regular Allen drivers. Which one is the 2mm? Is this it? Yeah. So this is the 2mm. That's a 1.5. So can we get this in here? No, you can't get that in there. So this doesn't really help. Maybe it doesn't help beyond what I was already using. So, Liz, thanks for being a member. Have some wear precision drivers, get some solid hex drivers. These back plates are specific ones for ant head, but also with the tool board mount, right? Yes. So this, yeah, that is, I'm so happy about that. With how much trouble I was having with that, trying to get, I just skipped 100.6, and I didn't get around to printing that until the last one. The last one I printed was the one that worked. So that goes all the way. So the problem, like I was showing you before, this one is really smooth until that last little bit, then it sticks. And I can push it, but that last little bit sticks. This one is perfect. Okay, so all these can go. I'm gonna pull the pins out of here, so I have them for the next tool. Put them in my little baggie here. And put these back in my tray. Hey, Wayne. Thanks for being a member for 35 months. This guy. See a Neiled Pet CF being a nightmare with this, trying to get the perfect shrinkage. Yes. I agree. I did print one of these, or several of these, in the PPS-GF. So this is Polymaker's PPS-GF. It's pretty, I mean, it's a little darker, but this is the nice metallic sounding printed, cut down an L key and put in a printed handle. Maybe. Let's see how this goes otherwise. Let's pull this pin out. We will put these aside. Sean, thanks for being a member. 40 months. Okay. That goes there. That goes there. So all of these are the wrong size. Ball points work from the front. Yes, but without the shuttle. With the shuttle in place, the idea would ideally be to allow the shuttle to hold it in place, but it seems to be doing okay without that. That is tight. These are tight. And it still drops on there just fine. Yeah, that is, you don't know how much that makes me feel better, that actually fits well. Don't understand. I am extra happy about that. Let's grab these parts out of here. I'm gonna start this print of the rest of those right now real quick. Yeah, I've got enough filament. Clean this off real quick. Who does the CNC shuttle and carriage? LDO makes one and Fizetic makes one. The CNC shuttle, or CNC shuttle. The carriage, I think Physetic is the only one right now. Off on a tangent, looking for a ratchet for 4mm sharp shank bits. What are the actual dimensions of Core 1L sheet? It's I think it's 305 by 305. It fits exactly on this bed. So, hey, Dance. Let's see here. Let's do a quick. You have links. I've linked to shuttles. If you search for StealthChanger shuttle on any of the West 3D, KB 3D, Fabrico, you should find the parts. Okay, let me grab this real quick. Let's get this going. Everything's all set up with the profile. We are going to user mods and the SIN and the PCB 36, ant head, standard flow. And I will do 3 of those. Actually, I'll do 2. And I'm gonna do 2 sets of 2, just because I'm not 100% sure I have enough filament to do all 4. So I'm gonna do them 2 at a time. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to hit this on my keyboard. There we go. Let's get these up here. And slice it. Oh, I do need the shim. You're right. I need the shim. Where is the shim? Ant head. There is no shim here, but is it in the main files? STLs, backplates, ant head spacer. Ant head spacer full. What's ant head spacer full versus ant head spacer? What is the difference? Oh, it has the, which one do I want? Ant head spacer full or ant head spacer? The one with the notch. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And actually, I'm going to shift plans here. Since you're reminding me that I need those spacers, we can do just the spacer builds and it'll be ready. Let's do all 5 of these. And I like printing things towards the front of the printer with this filament because I feel like the PTFE bend is less likely to break this brittle filament. So I won't need the shrinkage setting on this one, on these parts. I won't need the scale. It won't impact it. It'll be fine. The amount that changes is minuscule. Just enough for the shuttle to fit. Anyway, this is going to be about, this says 56 minutes, but it'll probably be about 40 minutes. Let's go ahead and send that. Upload and print. Okay, that's that. So that means that, oh, I need to put a couple of heat sets in here. These are the one thing that I hadn't put the heat sets in. So let's put a couple of heat sets in here. There's heat set holes here, and I think that's the only ones. Let's put those in real quick. I do for no, just have to hold it. So use XY scale for the shrinkage and not the filament shrinkage setting. For that, yeah, I don't know if it would be better the other way because I haven't actually tried what you're talking about. Okay. Hey, Surf. Put it in the shuttle. Oh, yeah. There we go. That would have been a good idea. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. Would have been. Had you said your suggestion sooner, if you weren't so slow. Okay, let's go back here. So that is those in. Test the operation. It tests good. And then we need to put these magnets in. So back here we had these are two M3x6 flatheads. That's these guys. The Frax Flex arm is fantastic. Okay. These over here and grab this one. I imagine we want to make sure. Teslas. Missing. Oh no, I know. I've got top magnet and these magnets. I know. So I want to make sure that I'm holding this and making sure that this threads in as straight as possible. That just goes in until it bottoms out. That is an adjustment point that we can use. Until it is, I just have it flush now. And now we can dig into here and get some magnets. That's these guys. Ooh, we have 5x2 N52 magnets in here, and we have 6x3 N52s, and then we have these little guys. 6x3 120C N52 with an M2.5 countersunk hole. And that, the step back here is what I'm being reminded. I wasn't forgetting, I was just going in reverse order, saving myself some clicks, making sure the polarity attracts the back plate to the shuttle. Well, I sure hope it does because these are countersunk. If it doesn't attract, then we've got a problem. Let's make sure. So we've got the magnet there, and yeah, that attracts there, and that's where it's gonna go. We've got a real problem if it didn't attract, right? What do we do if it didn't? What do you do if it didn't? Is that instruction intended on if you're using the printed one and it probably has a pressed in piece? Okay, I have those. Those screws are over here. Got in 2x8, is that what it said? Using in 2x8, yep. Allen head goes through bottom pinhole for, oh! Okay. This is in a problem location. That is in a problem location. So I will pull this pin. And we'll just make sure to put, so I was focused on making sure that this was the correct scaling on the shuttle. For the rest of them, I'll put that magnet in first before I put this lower. But that is a good point. So we have a magnet that goes up in here. Just press that in with my fingers. This screw is probably a 1.5 Hopefully a 1.5, yep. This guy can go right up, nope. Here. Oh, that doesn't quite line up. I don't know how much that helps. Probably a little bit. We'll have to grab the ball end. Do I have a ball end 1.5? I do. So there's a ball end 1.5 in here, which would probably be fine, but I think I have one here too, from the Vice kit. Yeah, let's do that one. It came with the piece. We're gonna use the fancy piece. Okay, we're not gonna use the fancy piece. Maybe from here. This is a start it slow because it's not ideal to be starting a self-tapping screw from an angle, but that worked out okay. I couldn't actually get to that through this. Let's see if we can do it with the included driver. Let's see if we can do it. We can probably do it with the included because it has a smaller, this has a much thicker shank. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we can get, okay. That's not the right driver. It doesn't fit. What is this? It's 1.5. 1.5. That 1.5 driver doesn't fit in the screw. It doesn't fit. Okay, well, I had another way to do it, but that driver, let's grab another screw. Yeah, these are cheap. That one's garbage. This fits just fine. That fits just fine. Those Allen drivers, those cheap right angle Allen drivers are cheap. It didn't fit. So I'm glad I had this one. I have some others too, but okay, let's put this thing back in. Let's make sure that it goes in straight by putting the shuttle on here for the first few turns at least that we can. Or maybe I can just use that and press in. Then I can pull it off, hopefully. Hopefully everything stays lined up and nice and neat. Oh yeah, that pulled right into place. Hey John. Hey Dweens. That's fantastic. Nice and smooth. Perfect. Okay. I have finished the back plate, and I have 4 more of those to do, which I'll do in between streams. So then we go to, this is where we might skip around. We've got a cable management is the next thing in the list. I'm not going to do this next. I'm not ready for it. These parts aren't printed. It is a somewhat satisfying fidget toy. Just kind of sit here. So I'm skipping. I'm going to do cable management in a different order. We are going to go to the door buffers. Let's put the door buffers on the printer. So we are doing the LDO version, and we have a bunch of parts printed. So insert heat set, did all of these, and insert heat set in each of the accent pieces. Now I reverse the accent in the main for my color scheme, but that's just preference. Adjusting, getting out of the meds, yeah. And insert the M3x8 screws and nuts into the designated holes. Let's see what we got here. Are these all hammerheads, huh? M3x8s. So let me grab the parts. Let's get this done. These pieces, we don't have an Oscar here, so I'll probably attract him by pulling the keyboard out, but okay, so M3x8s are here. We're just going to put a bunch of these here with some what did this come with for that? Did it come with anything in here? No. Let's see. It did not, did it? Did it? The kit did not come with the door buffer hardware. Am I missing it? Should the kit have come with the T-nuts for the door buffer? It appears that it did not. Yeah, I don't think it did. Top hat door buffer kit. Oh, is it in the top hat box? Top hat door buffer. Let me look in there. I got that box over here. Top hat door buffer box. Oh yeah, I got a whole thing of fasteners here. Okay. I also have an empty box. I have an empty box and another empty box. So I got the empty boxes. I have some bearings, frame kit. Okay. We will need that here in a minute. Don't worry. I got the empty boxes. Okay. Oh, I am so happy. It is roll-in T-nuts and not hammerheads. Woohoo! Roll-in T-nuts and not hammerheads. Are they actually empty? Yeah, they're actually empty. They are actually empty. Okay, so this guy is doing basically something like, let's get a better view here. Go here and here. There we go. So, there and there. Drop that one. Just probably, and then what does the, what? Printed parts over here. 2 each for those. Okay. So let's get a bunch of peanuts in here. Where's the kitty cam? Well, I don't have any kitties in here right now. No kitties to show on the kitty cam. So there, 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 there. And we'll just repeat that all the way around. No kitties in here. So Felix has taken to, he'll come out and visit, but it's not his favorite place. And Oscar will come out and visit, and sometimes he'll stick around after he gets treats, but sometimes it's just a treat grab. I'm sure we'll see both of them at some point before the end of the stream. Thanks, Shaggy. I am partial to this color scheme too. It used to be slightly different. I think I like this green. This green's a little brighter than the Lulzbot green I had before. Two more to go. Okay. Then a bunch of 3x8s. I'm gonna grab a straight driver. What is that lamp? It's a ferrofluid noise reactive lamp. Okay, so that's gonna go like that because this is where the door goes. So we are going to use this to position T-nuts. Oh, that one's right. Here, down, there, and there. Going to, what is this? Down here. 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 Here and there. I guess I can put this one in now. Yeah, you can do extrusion-based door stuff on this. Yep. How did I get that one so far off? Fine. We should put the middle ones on first, I think, because there is some indexing features. Want to make sure that, let's see, this fits in. Oops, do I have that's the wrong one for there. Oh, yeah, that's the wrong one for there. It goes on the side, but still, I think we'll see. There we go. So here. Here and here. And here and there. Here and here. There, and that one's almost right on. Okay, then we have all of our straight pieces. Let me get all of them. So you'll be happy to know, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I spent an hour, at least an hour and a half, putting heat sets in parts yesterday. There was a lot of heat sets. What's the size of the turning table you have your printer on? I want to make one myself. It's 650 millimeters in diameter. It's pretty much perfect for a 300 Voron. There we go. Now it's pretty centered in there. It also happens to be perfect for my 350 wide Trimax. Okay, so this is going to go on here, but that's going to depend on where the other piece is. I can center it. It's going to center here. So let's see here. This is going to center between those two, so we can get really close. There and there. Yeah, we can get really close. And then this one is going to go over here. It sits up in there. So here and there. So go up in there like that. And then these are going to be here and there. So these go like that. Okay. Okay, maybe I need to get in here. Oh yeah, let's get it just that little bit closer. There we go. Go. This will go up here. So let's make sure these are aligned. Just like that. Not really tightening any of these yet. Not permanently tightened. Got to pay attention. There's going to be an extrusion that goes across here. So this little ledge is what places those pieces. Let's do here. We'll go on. We'll make sure these are lined up. Oop. Why are you not tightening? Why are you not tightening? It's right there. Let's try that. Yep, there we go. Months I'll be converting this to index. Not likely. I have my, so where is that one? Huh. That one is not lined up. Why? Oh, it's way off. How was that so far off? Did I not adjust that one? What happened there? Oh, did I grab? Are these different? No, that's the same. Oh, they are different. They are different. Okay, let's make sure I'm doing this right. Do I have the correct ones? Let's make sure I'm doing this right. Is someone trying to warn me? There are longer, so which is which? Whoop. That, so we need the wider space one, which I did. Okay, so I did that correct. The wider spacing here versus the shorter spacing down here. And that's the difference, oops, between these. You can see the distance. There we go. That distance. So this is the one that goes here. That's set up right. That's correct. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, print starts. It's heated. Okay, those are on there. Make sure all these are mostly loose so I can adjust the spacing. Be adjusting that spacing after the extrusions in there too, so. Okay, this one comes over here. It's there and it's there. Just work my way around. Looks like I didn't need the outer heat sets on these. These are for a different panel thing from what I'm told. So I didn't put them in these, but I didn't think to not put them in these. Why is it not symmetrical? That's a good question. Don't know yet. Might find out later. Apparently I didn't actually place those. So let's place these. This bottom piece will have to go on before the corner pieces, or at least before one of them. Hear me? Oh, yellow instead of green. What do you mean? Oh, dark yellow would have worked also. Let's see. Is that needed if you use click-and-clack door? I don't know for sure. I don't know. I'm not, like, I couldn't offhand answer what combinations work with what. I'm not quite that familiar with the project. Okay, now these are totally off as to what that one is. So this one goes about there. This one goes about there. Then that one there. That one there. These on there. There's a version of the door buffer for a clicky-clack door. There you go. No? Almost done. Is the ant head on this build gray and green? No blue. Correct. The only blue on here will be the just make sure this is going good. Those are printing. The only blue on here will be the frame. Yes, there is a Subaru Impreza theme here. It's inspiration. Middle buffer pieces are on the wrong side. The middle buffer pieces are on the wrong sides? Middle buffer pieces. No. Not according to this. Not according to this. Am I... They can't go the other way. The opening should face inwards. This is different, Shannon. This is the LDO. This is the LDO kit. This is the LDO buffer. So I'm fairly certain I'm correct, but I appreciate you watching out because I do miss things. So I do need a break on the Susan. You're right. That is something I need to work on. I need to figure that out because it does get a little irritating, but not bad. Maurice, thanks for the gifted memberships. Straighten this one out. That's correct there. That's correct there. Oh, I need to go out. There's my 2.5. Loosen that. Loosen that. Out. Up. And okay. Okay, so now I want to make sure that these are all in the corner. They can get, let's use there. They can get tightened. And then this is on the corners, so that can get tightened. Oops, missed that one. Apparently missed that one too. All the help in the world I could possibly. Is want the right word? Is want actually the right word? And in Discord chat. So there is, for anybody who is interested, there is a Discord chat, stream chat in my Discord. I know these guys are probably laughing at all the little mistakes in their chat. I would be. Centering all these. Need is a strong word. Just making sure this is all square in the corners before I line up everything else. We would never. This is pretty popular. We got 330 people here today. We do, we're just over 50% likes, it looks like. Just centering things up. Get the gaps right. That is a ferrofluid noise reactive desk fidget toy thingy. Not enough thumbs up. We need more. We are gonna hit, I mean, this is pretty good. It's still half an hour, 40 minutes until we're giving away some Polymaker filament, and we're gonna hit 200 likes, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, front door buffer is on. Gaps look good. Hopefully, I mean, I got all new panels for this, so it has fresh panels, so I'll be able to put the door hinges on based on this setup here. So 207 now, perfect. Giveaway at 500 lights, an empty box, 2 available, perfect. So if we don't hear anything but see it moving or mic is broken, that is a fantastic observation there. I like it. Okay, so a lot of things here. So 3D printed bomb, summary, the LDO version of door buffer, where can I get one, short versus standard, hardware bomb, all the hardware, existing Voron door with LDO hinges, and then resources. The buffer on GitHub. Okay. So that is there. This does not cover the crossbar, so that's fine. So let's go to the modular docks now. And we're gonna build some docks. Let's get stuff out of the way here. Hardware for that there, hardware for that there, and tools there. Those can go away because they're kind of garbo. Dock pieces. I got them all printed. All the dock pieces and some tool head pieces thrown in there. Thanks, Tukes. Okay, this would probably be a better view. Printer kind of gets in the way. Let's get the tool head stuff out of the way. Let's just put these over here. Got more. So we're getting into a mod that is listed in the description. So I am doing Nemi's ant head extra magnets dock mod. So it has these alternate sides for the docks that have some magnets that'll mate up with some that are in the that are going to be in the tool head, and we'll get to that. How many tool heads are we building for? 5. So we're doing 5 tool heads. The maximum I can fit in my 300 build here. So, hey Kenny. There's a few more pieces I needed to grab out of this other printed parts box. Or did I already put them in here? No, they're not in there, so I've got to grab them over here. One. I gotta pick them out. 2. I need 10 of them. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9, and one more. Where are you? Not that one. One more. Where's it at? No, not that one. Did I miss it? Miss it in this other pile. I printed out 2 sets of these little pucks because I forgot that I had already printed them, but only half of them actually have heat sets in them already. So I got to find the last one that has a heat set in it. Okay. Maybe I can't count. Hybrid Robotics, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I am missing 1, but I have it somewhere. I know I printed it because I did them. It's probably just hidden in the pile of parts there. That's okay. Hand count higher than 3. Yep. Hey Zenfan. Okay, docks. The mod is going to deviate from this just slightly, but only slightly. Let's see, modular docks, install base. We have bases for the different tools. So obviously I have the base for the ant head. The frame is what changed. So the frame is these pieces with the spots for the magnetic pucks. And there's a short version and a standard. And then there's the standard with the crossbar, so pushes the docks flush with the front. And then there's the blockers. This is the blocker spring steel, which is what I did. That's kind of neat with the little spring for the cup. Base for the ant head should be down here. Frame short crossbar. Okay. So blocker with the spring steel. So let's start there, I guess. Let's see. So I have a pile of blockers here. Let's grab these in turn. Okay. So put a small amount of RTV silicone in the jig. I don't think I need to do that because the LDO kit came with this, right? So here, let me pull these out. If you don't build a ferrofluid display into each tool, the build is a fail. Tool heads on the bar are above the moving range of the active tool head, but once your print reaches a certain height, you lose build area. Correct. Correct. So once I was going to cover that once the docks are in place, because it's going to be a whole lot easier to visualize. So we have these pieces, which are the pre-done little silicone wiper, purge, ooze blockers. So I wouldn't pull on this too hard. So I'm going to be kind of gentle with that. I don't know how sensitive it is, but this should go on here. And then there's some top pieces that hold that down. So grab those. Maybe I can find the missing piece while I'm digging in here for the tops of those. There's 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did that piece go? 5. 5 of those, but where in the world did that last puck go? Huh. I have no idea. It's got to be somewhere. I can put heat sets in another one. Okay. Hey, Raj. Make those by printing a silicone mold. Yep. Okay, you got to be conscious of it when printing tall stuff. Most of the time it isn't a problem. And I'll set up an exclusion zone in the slicer if you want to be extra careful. Yep. So let's go through here. Next, put a small amount and leave it to dry for a minute, carefully removing the jig. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Install the heat set inserts. So I installed all the heat sets and then fit the clamp by loosely install 2 and 3x8 button heads. So we are going to batch these out because I want to, where's my M3x8s? Stand with these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I want to assemble all of these, so these guys go together. There we go. Hey, Simon. Hey, Phil. Okay. So all these get loosely loosely assembled. Oh, sharp cheddar. Thanks for directing me where to get it. Pueblo red is my favorite. Had some just last night. Had a little quesadilla. Okay, so fill the clamp, fit the clamp. And then insert the spring seal in the clamp and tighten it down. Note you may need to adjust the position of the clamp later so that it sits directly under the nozzle. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of place these for now. So, and it looks like the notch, whatever, points up. So we're just gonna place those in there and only tighten it to the point of it not falling out. That's all, just like that. Now, if each of these came with 2 of the blockers, that's pretty cool. It gives me extras, a full set of extras. So now I need to find my box. I just need to grab ooze blockers from each of them. Go. One, two, three, four. So I'll just need 1 of these. Oh, okay. So I don't want to clamp these down and deform that spring or anything. It just tight enough to where it doesn't just casually fall out. What filament is the green? This is 3DO ASA glass fiber. Got it from Fabrico. These are in here at varying lengths, but they'll get adjusted later. Yeah. Hey, Gamers World. Hey, Web. I'm done with coffee. Is this the last stream of 2025? It is not. I will be streaming the Saturday after Christmas, the 28th. So, okay, so those are done. That was the last step there. So now, that's the spring steel. So now the base for the ant head is where we're going to next. And I put the heat set here already. No stream on Christmas Eve. There will be a stream on Christmas Eve. I'm going to break out the index again, and we're going to do some printing with it. Just that chill, just hang out and print with the index. Just hang out and print. That'll be it. So I figure that's a good little bit of content there. People want to see the index. Okay, so that heat set's there. I did put these heat sets in. They'll be there. If I do feel I need the extra stability of the docks. My normal time, Collie, it'll be 4 p.m. start time. It'll be 4 start time. If you are not using a crossbar, install 2 heat sets into the base. But we are using a crossbar, so we won't need these. I probably could have saved quite a few heat sets by not putting them in. Maybe I'll take the time to remove them since I can use all the heat sets I can get. I am getting a little low. I need to recover them from old parts again. All these heat sets are in. I did not put the magnets in. So should these should be in 52s, right? I'm imagining we want as strong as we can possibly get. It comes within 52s. So we're gonna put those in. 4 p.m. Pacific, yep. So this is pretty much going to set. So you want to make sure, put these all in consistently in terms of polarity, and that will dictate how we're going to put them into the other parts that made up with this. So I'm just going to pick. It doesn't really matter. We're just going to pick one, and we're going to set them in. And that just puts them in the same orientation, keeping the orientation. I'm not pushing them in all the way. I'll use my Knipex to push them in nice and straight, but that is those. Now let's break out the Knipex. Where are the smaller ones? The bigger ones. Where's my, I don't know where my medium-sized ones are. They must be in the other garage. But where's the small ones then? I was using them. Ah, they're there. Why are they over here? Let's try the smaller ones. I'd rather use the smaller ones. I could, yeah, I think these are going to need, because of it's not fully surrounding them, I think it could probably use some glue to hold them in. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to pull these, because if these, yeah, those came out with just the magnet force, I think a little drop of super glue is going to be a good idea. Now, I'm not using regular super glue. So this is super glue with a flex agent. So this isn't regular CA glue. I've had a lot of luck with this. I haven't had any CA glue failures in chambers, and I think it's because of the flex agent. I don't know, maybe this might prove me wrong, but for right now, I'm okay. I'm gonna go with the this CA glue. If I can get it open. This is getting a little old, and it's starting to, the glue itself is fine, but at the lid, it's starting to stick. So thick CA I don't think has the flex agent in it. I think that's the magic of this particular stuff, is the flex agent. So what I want to do, I think, is I want to set, I'm going to take 2 of these. I'm going to set them on my Knipex there. And this is the orientation I'm going to be going. And yep, that's perfect. Perfect already. So now I can do this. Sure, epoxy would be better, but meh. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is better than just regular CA glue. So just a drop there, and then pull it off, pull this off, and then I can put this back in the same way, grab the next one, drop in here. Clamp it in, pull it off, side load so it doesn't pull out. Those are done. Keep that on. Grab the next one. Air in the bottle is at the bottom. That's a great tip. Fantastic tip. It also helps, I believe, to store it cool. So if you can store it in a refrigerator, I think helps with the life of it. Unless that's just an old wives' tale that has been passed on by hobbyists forever. Boot fix glue do. So there is a specific goo type thing. I don't know. I don't know if that would do. I'm pulling this off to the side so that it doesn't have a tendency to pull that out while that glue cures. And I'm keeping the orientation of the magnet, keeping track of that so that I can go for the next one. Fridge is recommended by glue manufacturers. Okay, there we go. I just know I've always heard to store it in the fridge. A little bit of there. Then I need to grab the next baggie with more magnets in it. One thing is nice, this looks like it has quite a bit of extra hardware in it. I mean, each dot kit includes 6 magnets. I guess I'll use most of those, or all of those. Ensuring grease on the surface can act as a kicker. Drop some glue into a piece of card and apply it with a toothpick. Oh, okay. Okay, so here we go. This bottle has lasted me for several years now. Two more. Being very careful to make sure I don't lose the orientation of these magnets. I hope I didn't screw that up. I think I'm okay. And one more. So what glue is recommended for the magnets? An epoxy is probably ideal, but I'm hedging on this CA glue with a flex agent being adequate, because that's what I've always used for magnets in my builds. And I've had luck so far. Okay, that is all of them. They are all good. Okay. So that's tight. Out of the way. What is next? Install 2 6x3 magnets, gluing them in place. I got this off of Amazon. It is shoe fix glue. That's all it says. What does it say on the back here? Nothing. Directions: completely remove all moisture. Da 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 da. Clog nozzle. Yeah, nothing special on the. Nothing special on the thing. But I've had this thing for. I mean, look how much is left in there. I've had this thing for a few years now. Yeah, Dr. Dave is who recommended this, actually. That's where I got the suggestion for this stuff. Okay, next. Put the base and back plate aside for now. They will be used in the final assembly. Okay, so now we go down. So we go past the base and we go to the frame. We're going to the standard with the crossbar. So there's frame short, frame standard, short crossbar, and standard with crossbar. Dabble do, dabble do. Dabble do. It is a CA glue, but it has a flex agent in it. You can also get it. You can get it in black. You can get it in black because it's used in the RC hobby for gluing tires. So you can get the Bob Smith Industries version with a flex agent that's black. Yeah, but dabble blue. For gluing tires, yeah. No, it means that it's not as brittle when it dries. CA glue is very brittle when it dries. Cyanoacrylate. Acrylate? One of those. Bob Smith Industries is better because it has a better name. I won't argue against that. Okay, so all heat sets I've already done. I might have one or something that I might still have to do. I don't remember which piece I had to print an extra of, but acrylate, yeah. Next, these heat sets. Now these parts are different, but effectively they're the same. The way it goes together are the same. There's just an extra step on the ones I printed for the extra magnets for the ant head. Attach the top piece to the left and right pieces of the frame using 2, and then we got to remember we can rotate this around and zoom in so we can see how these go. M3 by 16s. So where's my M3 by 16s? That is these guys over here, I think. Thanks, Kenny. This is what we try to do. We try to just have fun, enjoy the build. That is the key. We enjoy the build. Even when things get frustrating, we can still enjoy the build. Because we know we can get past the frustrations. No frustrations here yet, though. Okay, so that goes like that. And these point inward and back. Okay, so let's see here. We got these guys. We've got a pair of these. So this is gonna go, what is that? Something like that. There we go. Then M3 by 16 down from the top. Oops. Let's see. What's that? Soon remember that you shouldn't allow it to freeze as it will absorb water. Okay. Hey, Felena. Not necessarily tightening these yet. Should probably split these out to the pairs. There's that. There's that. Right there. Here. And this should be this one. Hey, my print just finished. It's a 16, right? I should just get all these out. That's not a 16. I think that's a 20. Where'd mine? Yeah, that's a 20. Wrong ones. These are the 16s. 2, 3, 2. 2 more. And remember that you shouldn't allow it to, oh yeah. Also temperature free with heat. So you watch Blondie Hacks. Blondie Hacks is fantastic. I love her channel. Maybe miss out. What's the reason to go at standard, not short version? Because I'm going to put a Nomi in the top. I'm pretty sure I can get away with the short versions, and I might switch to them later. But I haven't set up or installed a Nomi, so it's a reasonable thing to try. No other real reason. Okay, so that's going there. What do we got? 6 more minutes until we're giving away some filament. We're giving away some filament in 6 minutes. So these are all just going to go in here. Like and fill out the form. Yep. How are we doing? We have 340 people and 241 likes already. By giveaway time. That's fantastic. Fix an old shoe in which the sole came almost completely undone. Use PL glue. Yeah, you better enter. So we'll just set those up there. So there's a little feature there. This little part lines up with that part there. Makes it a little easy to figure out. Can we make 300 likes before giveaway? We only need 53. We have 340 people here. 53 likes. Oh. 49 likes in 4 minutes is a little bit of a tall order, but we've maybe 300 by the end of the giveaway might be a more realistic goal. It's a fantastic ratio. I say fantastic too much. I've been saying fantastic too much. I like the word though. Go to the grocery, clown hammer. Hadn't noticed. Let's see, I can get this part all done before we do that. Hey, log launcher. And one more. I gotta go to the mall. I gotta go to the local mall this afternoon. I'm not looking forward to that. I got a laptop picking up after being repaired. The mall on the Sunday before Christmas. That is not going to be fun. Yeah. I'm not going there to shop. Hey, look at that. Those fit almost exactly the width of the build plate. That's where they're going to go. Okay. We are 2 minutes from giveaway time. Let's see, what is next on here? Attach the bottom, placed using more M3x16. So now we have the bottom piece there. Last stream, Merry Christmas. It is no, it's not the last stream before Christmas. I'm doing a Wednesday stream. So, and P4, P5, PAPS, is that PAPS? I'm going to be printing with the index on Wednesday. So anybody who wants to hang out on Wednesday, not going to be doing much more than just playing around with some PLA with PETG supports or vice versa prints on Wednesday. So I'm in Northern California, Kenny. I'm in the Sacramento area. PAPS, there we go. Awesome. Okay, let's see here. We are 1 minute away. Let's get... Here's some of the Delta Flare stuff I'll recycle. Wheel of Names. I so need a V0. I forgot to print diffuser and carrier for the Dragon Burner. Yeah, V0 is so handy for that kind of stuff. Next stealth. So next StealthChanger stream, depending on how far we get today, we'll either be building a tool head, or doing more electronic stuff. Had an uncle in Citrus Heights. Okay. Christmas Eve stream. Wow. I am doing this Christmas Eve stream. Yep. Yep. Let me clear all this out. Get your entries in. Links in the pin post and the description. Let me pull up the form. We are on the right one. Yes. Close that one. That was the Kiloprints one. Yes, I have to go to Arden Mall. I do. That's right, AFM. Bourbon and cookies for Santa, yeah. Hey, Garrett. Hey, Motocross. Hey, Steve. Okay. Links in the pin post and the description. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. I almost feel like I should cancel it now because it's a nice number. How many likes do we have? Did we hit it? 282. We have 18 more likes to hit before we finish this off. Before we're done with the giveaway, let's see if we can get 18 more likes. If we can hit 300 likes in the middle of the stream, that'll be awesome. Okay, 3, 2, which, by the way, I'm changing this up a little bit in the new year, so stay tuned. I had an idea. And those of you who think this goes on too long are probably gonna at least be okay with it. We just got like 6 of them right there, so I got to start over. 3, 2, 1. Starting from 2. No, I got another idea. We'll see how it works out. It'll be fun, I think. It doesn't change it up that much, but it will give us a little more structure. 3, 2, Hey, Jen. Final countdown time, because we got another one. So we started this all with 222 entries. Now we have 235. So think about that. There's 13 more people that get a chance at this. Need a new sauce and someone's coming your way in January. I do like Chinese food. I like Weird AI too. Starts at the end of the previous stream, no resets. We did it? Did we hit 300? I stalled long enough? Woohoo! Okay, final countdown. 3, 2, 1. Any last second, people? I'm gonna hit save. 3. Like 4 people just got in. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. 20 people got in there. 20 extra people in the 3 minutes it took. 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever. Shortest day of the year, random thought. I'm sure they like the stream. We're already up to 306 on 344 people watching. That's pretty darn good. I think it'll be a little better for people trying to get in on the end, and it'll put a fixed end point on it. Okay, who got in here first? Derek got in first, and who got in last? Viper snuck in there in the end. See, Dom is playing the game. I see RH3D playing the game. All these people in the end. It is the 21st. It is the shortest day of the year. We need a number between 1 and 21. 1 and 21. I am kind to the slackers. Because I want to be. Let's see. 1 and 21. John, just in time to win, huh? Wayne Winthen, you said 19. We'll do 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Spin. Who's it gonna be? I cannot read. RC Eagle. RC Eagle. Congratulations. Are you here? Got to say something in chat. You got 2 minutes to say something in chat. Here we go. 2 minutes. RC Eagle. Your daughter turned 11 yesterday. Happy birthday to John's daughter. Happy birthday. RC Eagle. Are you here? RC Eagle. Are you here? RC Eagle. Gotta say something. You have a minute and a half. RC Eagle. Counting down. I do. RC Eagle, you have less than a minute. Polar Ted Club. Don't want to be a member. Maybe you do. How flying. My dad was into RC cars. Or RC planes. Sorry, I meant RC planes. Ah, so close. Come on, you have 15 seconds. We haven't had a Polar Club inductee in a while, right? When was the last time? I don't even know. As I said, Polar Ted at the last second count. Ah, it's over. Not here. Sorry, RC Eagle. Polar Ted Club member number who knows what. Let's do number between 1 and 10. 1 and 10. Get back to the build. 1 and 10. 1 and 10. I'll start removing entries for people who don't know what numbers are between 1 and 10. Who do we got here? CM Holm, you said 7. We'll do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? Next try. Martin Van Dijk. Martin, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Congratulations. All the engagement. The spikes. Martin, congrats. I see you. Okay. Let's get in here, get this pasted. Search. Martin is here. Let's get to the draft. Get your that there and copy the email. Paste that there. So Martin, if you do not get this within the next few minutes, shoot me a DM and let me know. Otherwise, congrats. Email's on the way. Let's unpin the message and see what we ended up with. 308 likes. That's awesome. Congrats. Delete the giveaway. Oh, something I keep forgetting now that I see it. Before we get the giant drop off in viewers, because the giveaway's done, we are doing a build in January that is rebuilding Voron 2 Serial 0, and that is being raffled off for the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. Winner to be drawn at Sanjay Mortimer Rep Festival. There is a link that will be in the description of all my videos between now and then to the raffle ticket purchase site. So go down, scroll down, it's down below the information on this stream, but there is a link there. So awesome. Time to drop off for a nap. No, that's fine. I don't mind. My streams go for a long time. It's not a concern here. But it is a fact that there is a drop off at the conclusion of the giveaway, and considering it gets very late for all of you in Europe and other parts of the world, many parts of the world, it's completely understandable. Okay. You need to put the new Flatten E3D high flow hot end in it. It was the last thing Sanjay worked on, I understand. Had a thing in. It is getting a special hot end and nozzle. I just got the nozzles yesterday. It will be coming with two, just a little bit of information. It will be coming with 2 Diamondbacks. So yeah. Let's see. Be here at 4:30. Got no if I can be here at 4:30. Got no excuses. Okay, where are we at? Let's clear all this stuff up. To delete. Go back to the documentation, and we are installing the lower piece. So we have 5 of these. So we have 5 of these. These go down here. Like, nope. What is it, like that? Yes, like that. What hot ends are you using on this build? So for the StealthChanger build here, we will be using Riva Vorons. See you, One Solid Cube. Why are you binding up? Let's find out. What is going on? That is... Okay. That goes in fine there. So, let's send this through. And... It's just... Is there a minimum amount? So it's a, I don't know what the raffle ticket price is, but it should all be there. All the information should be there on the page. There we go. Okay, so that's one. Bottom is backwards. Bottom is backwards. It is backwards. Why'd you let me do it backwards? Is it really? Oh yeah. This gray is Polymaker's ASA carbon fiber 8%. It is a royal pain because it is so darn brittle. It is so brittle. But once you get it printing, it works pretty darn good. There we go. I have been printing this. I print it pretty hot. I think I'm printing this at like 285 on the on my gray Trident. Nozzle size you use for your glass? 0.4. I have not experienced any issues with clogging from filled filaments with a 0.4. With fiber on ASA. Yep, that's the stuff. More here. This is different stuff, D-Max. This is, I have dried it. It is a very, very very brittle. It doesn't matter if it's, I actually can't print this. It doesn't print on the core one. And I think it's because of the way the idlers around the neck extruder gear, it just puts too much of a bend on the filament and it breaks. Okay. So that is that. I found the ASA-GF to be very brittle, but I was able to print with it. PPS-CF sometime next month. Put the frame aside for now. It'll be used in the final assembly. Okay, so five frames done. Now I do have some ABS stress marks on these that I didn't get rid of on all of them. Let me hit these with the heat gun real quick. I know it's not very obvious on these gray parts, but I could see it, so I wanted to take care of it real quick. Okay, just real quick. I usually print a lot of ASA. Tri-Tac, my PPS-CF and PET-CF are from Pybron. Okay, so those are done. Now we go to modular dock assembly. Chrome is playing up when I use it. So ABS is higher than the rest of the first layer. Okay, insert the blocker into the base and secure it using 4 N3x20s for standard width dock or N3x30s for a wide dock. This is standard. So let me put these back up here because this is a nice way to kind of organize them. So we have these guys. And then a blocker. This goes down in between like that. And it should be some 20s. Yep, that fits right there. That'll go in there. And hopefully tighten. Go. Not tightening them. Just kind of installing for right now. Two more. And one more. Feeling that this series will be mostly about, there will be a lot of clipper config, but and one more. Okay, none of those are really tightened yet, but I think that's okay. It's an interesting factoid you can tell us about Vorons. Oh, I have no idea. Okay, insert the blocker in the base and secure it using the screws. Attach the frame to the front of the base using two M3 by 20s. Okay, so let's look at this. So this and this go together like that. 3 by 20s through there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that going? There we go. One. Two. Might be quicker, might be a better idea to put the pucks in, to have put them in already, but let's see. Let's see, these pucks go in. Little tight. I think they'll be okay. Those go in like that, and what size screw is that? That's a fairly long screw. Are they 10 or what size is this? It's probably M3 by 10, I'm guessing. M3 by 10 button head would probably be good. This is a mod, so they're not going to necessarily come with the printer. So I'm going to dip into my supply. So these pucks, oh, they'll need a magnet in them too. What do I want to do? Oh, do those get the screw-in magnet, or is that just there as an option? M3 by 16. Oh, I suppose so. M3 by 16. Never mind. Not 10. It seemed like the 12 was long, but never mind. M3 by 16. this one? Yep, that's those. Screwed magnets. There's only one extra that came with these. What should I have, oh, let's do this. Let's actually go look it up. It's an option. Let's go look it up. So this is a modular dock mod. If we go to the user mods and NEMI, this is the ant head front magnets. Usually there's some pretty good info here. So 6x3 N52 magnets. Additional magnets are inserted into the front of the standard flow ant head ducts to allow extra support. Repair the dock, install an M3 heat insert into each, glue a 6x3 magnet into each of the pucks, and slide a 6x3 magnet into the top of each duct to glue in place. All the ducts, insert a puck, M3x16, and then all this. Okay, so let's do some. We'll just glue some of the regular magnets in. I'll just do a little check here. Did I? Oh, those are strong. Yep, I got them all the same way. So now let's do some magnet gluing. Do I need to do that now? I don't need to do that now. I don't think there's any issue with getting to these. No, we can get to them. Might be harder once the... How do we actually adjust these once the tool is in? Can we get to it from here? Yeah, with a longer driver for sure. Okay, I think I'm going to save that then. Let's put the rest of these together. I'm going to save that. Little sidetrack there. Oh, gotta go. See you, Wojcicki. There we go. Really don't need to install the pucks until you're ready for calibration. Gives you more time to lose some more. Yes, it does. I'm sure the one is around here somewhere because I was counting over and over all of them last night. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, boing. Okay, what's next? Let's go back here. So attach the frame to the front of the base using those, and then secure the frame to the base using two M4x30s. So or in 3x40, sorry, or in 3x50s for a standard depth. So in 3x50s. So in 3x50s are up here. This is probably most of what I'll need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These in 3x50s must be the expensive ones because there aren't extras in there. Okay, let's see here. How does this? Just kind of where all the cat toys go. Okay, so that's those. Just make sure this. Two, 3. Just want to make sure these can align. So I'm loosening those back ones just a little bit. Redone. Mr. Franco. How are we doing? We still have 273 people here. Pretty darn good. And one more. And the magnets kind of grab on the tool. Okay, there we go. That's that. Next. Attach the back plate to the base using 2 and 3x10. I need to tighten them and they will be used for adjustment later. Okay, so now we have this. We have 5 of these back plates. So these just attach here. Three by 10s in 3x10s. Where that's these. 1, 2, 4, 6. Goes there. 7, 8, 9, 10. You. Oh, come on. It got getting stuck to the magnet. Getting stuck to the magnet and not wanting to go where. There we go. Where are you? There. So this is a interesting thing that I did notice second ago, but there, that goes through. Now, this piece has to slide in here, which means this can compress on that. That changes the width of these screws. So I don't know if it's best to just kind of leave these an extra bit loose before I screw that in, because see how that loosened up? So I don't know what the best idea there is. It's clamping on something like this when you're relying on other things. It's probably best to tighten this thing first and then just kind of snug those up. I don't know. This is just going to get tightened until it doesn't move, and we'll go from there. Missing something on number 4. Inserts, maybe? What do you mean? Missing something on number 4. Oh, yes. You're right. I didn't put the inserts in there, but I wasn't going to anyway because I don't need them. I might actually pull them out of these other parts because I don't really need them because I'm using the crossbar. So it's supported enough by the extrusion. So good eye. Good eye. It is missing from there, but I'll probably actually remove them from these others between streams. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to go, or with that other previous thought in mind, I'm just going to loosen these a turn just to relax that part. Body of evidence. This build will take as long as it needs to. It is 5 things that I have to do, and there's only so much that I can do a little bit on stream and then kind of do the rest in between. So that's just the way it goes. Okay, so those go there. Rest of these. Now, I don't know what these magnets spots, they look like magnet spots. I didn't see any instructions to use them. Does anybody on stream know what they might be for? Magnets for future accessories. What kind of accessory would you put there? Or is that spoilers? Spoilers. Purge bucket, maybe? Okay. Maybe we'll think of something. Okay. Attach backplate to the base. Modular dock assembly is complete. Woohoo! Now we get to install it. This guide will guide you through the installation of the modular dock for printers with a crossbar. So we need to get the crossbar first. Crossbar first. Ugh. 300 frame kit here. This, I think, is my crossbar. Yeah, that is the crossbar. Back to the printer. Go. So add 2 M5 T-nuts. M5 T-nuts were over here. we are. Why is the bar angry? Good job, John. Good job. You have to acquire an extra extrusion for the crossbar. Yes. The LDO kit has a top hat and door buffer kit part of it. And that's what is in here. Now, is this, do I install one of these, a set of these per, I'm assuming I install a set of these per tool. This says here, add 2 M5 T-nuts to the crossbar, add M5 T-nuts to the lower side, the top of the printer's frame, and then install that. So we need 5 sets of these. It comes fiddly with aligning top nuts and bottom docks. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Where did I put the rest of these? You have a choice of extrusion color for the kit. Yeah, within there, within what they have. Let's see how well. Oh yeah, these go in fine. So I'm just gonna put in a bunch of these. We'll slide these around where we need to. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more. And then do it in the top. So, upside down. Now, I imagine, so we're looking at this, I imagine this actually matters, the orientation of the T-nut. Put the short side facing each other because the distance between the mounting points is not enough to do it the other way. So pay attention to the orientation of the T-nuts. Thanks, Tukes. Oh. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. It gave me just enough T-nuts. Now there might be some in the, there's probably some in the other bag or something. I just grabbed in 5 T-nuts from the kit. Okay. You got, oh, geez. Does this one have a bad, this one has a bad motivator. There we go. Okay, so, oh, this will be fun. Don't know if we want to do this. Oops, that goes that way. So that's going to go in there like that. Spacing here. Maybe we can mock this up ahead of time. If all of these go right next to each other, what is that width? I mean, that's right at 300. So, and this is a, how long is this extrusion? It's probably listed there, but how long is this extrusion? 420 millimeters. 420 millimeters. So 60 millimeters on each side. Oh, here, let's get this here. Get my ruler here. So if I go there, get these approximately the right spot. something like that. And then these are 60 millimeters apart. Okay. 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, and 60. Woohoo. Okay. That means this is like, I'm guessing this should be 80. These are probably, what's the distance between these? 18? That's close. These need to be just a little bit closer together. Sorry, I'm taking the time here to hopefully make this a little less fiddly. Hey, Smoking Joe. Taking the time here to hopefully make the assembly on the frame a little less fiddly. Okay, so then these are all gonna have to move. Oops. Things been over them. Oh yeah, sure. 60 millimeters and not 59.8. I mean, I tried. I mean, there's only so much I can do with this ruler. So this goes to 80 for the first one. This is going to be fun. Where's this one? Where did this one go? Right there. Okay, so that's there. And this one goes, no. You know, we complain about the T-nuts being too tight, and then these are too loose. Feel like, okay, let's just get under here. 60, 60. This is not comfortable. 60, 60. 60, 60. One more. Okay. Whew. I could put it on its top. I thought about it very seriously, John. I seriously thought about it. I could have. Okay. These are, is this, let's see. Two. Place the dock between the crossbar and the frame. It's easier to do this in the center of her and then slide the dock into its position. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. A little bit of flexing. 2 M5 by 10s. Was this supposed to, what am I missing? Missing them somewhere else. There's some M5x10s. There we go. M5x10s. So we're just securing this M5x10s, M5x10s, and then that's complete. So, this guy goes in here. Did we have a step where we put that crossbar in? Did we have a step where we actually put the crossbar in? What step did we put the crossbar in? Was it in the door buffer? Ah, there it is. Attach the crossbar. 2 M5x16s. Okay. I missed that. So let's get that done. No, we're not missing it. It was just in a previous step that I did miss. I missed it. Sure, firm attachment. Attach the top and bottom Voron door latches. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm going to be reprinting those, so I didn't put those on yet. I don't know why we would want to put the doors on yet, though. Doors are last. Okay. Oh. Can you guys hear the beeping in the background? Can you folks hear the beeping in the background? Oh.
Did you turn it off?
What? I didn't do anything. Sorry, talking to someone else. Nope. Killer Prince can. There we go. We're at 325 likes for this stream. That's way above norm. Make sure that's flush there. It's probably my best reference, is just make sure that's flush with the plastic. That's flush over there. Crossbar is in place. Beeping might be left over from earlier. it's your little, yeah, beeping. Okay, so I think these T-nuts are going to be more of a pain than anything. There we go. That goes up in there. This is going to be fun. There we go. Ooh, there's a little bit of wiggle there, so we might have to be careful when we're tightening all that down. Hey, Rod. So I'm not going to tighten these up too much yet. Any options to mount that extrusion with the fridge door? Yeah, there are other options. This driver is not what I want to use. I want to use one with the ball end. Do I have a ball end? Oh, I do. I do. Cool. Okay. Then hopefully, what's good? This is going to be a little bit of a pain to get to. Okay, got something to come to the rescue. This Vice toolkit has a 3mm ball end in it, in a short driver. It did come, I bet you the 3mm cheap hex wrench it came with is probably adequate for this. Please? Nope. That's not lining up. That's not lining up. Okay. Get some of these out. Put those there. That there. those there. Make myself some room here. I want to be able to get a better angle at working on this. I betcha this will be easier to do on its back. Oh yeah. That will be far easier. I think. Come on, come out of there. Get this screw to come out. There we go. Then, little driver, push that T-nut into place. There we go. Okay, that's one. That's one, at least, fasteners. It is running 24 and 48. Yep. I'm gonna loosen these side bars for now, because this whole thing can shift up as well. But now that it's kind of held in place there, we can loosen that, and I think it'll make things just a little bit easier. See it? Yep, there it is. This is going to be fun. That's okay. Okay, there's that. I'm going to do these top ones, then I'm going to put the printer back on its base and do the bottom ones. There we go. These are lined up pretty well. Okay. Go. Those are not quite as lined up. Almost. There we go. Last one. Come on. There we go. Seam lined up pretty well. Sorry, I'm going to be directly in your way. Oh, just rotate. Good breakfast time here. See you, Phil. Okay. So the top ones are now secured. So now I can go along here. Where did that driver go? There it is. Loosen all these a little bit. Make sure they're all loose. Now they can get rotated. So what is keeping that? It's interesting. What is rotating that? Probably the screws going into these. That's interesting. That's interesting. If those are all rotated because of that, it's probably okay. They'll probably fall into place. Yeah, those are all set. So let's just get these in here. Oh, I never retightened. I never retightened those side pieces. I can't get to some of the screws on the sides. Oh, so that was a bad idea to put those on yet because I forgot to tighten all of these screws that go into the nozzle blockers in the middle. I wasn't ready to put all these on then. Darn it. Yeah, this is kind of small, isn't it? That is kind of small. What happens when you have a tall print? That is a pretty good idea there, JD. I can get to them this way. That's a pretty good idea. Let's see if I can get to all of them this way. I would suggest there be more clearance on these front pieces, because once these tighten up, this gets really tight. And maybe I would suggest, to allow for that, doing button heads with washers on these front pieces, because that would be better for these slots anyway. I can get to these with the ball end driver well enough. This is going pretty well. Up. All these lower ones are lining up really well. the top ones are a little more difficult just because it's harder to get an angle on it. Doing this because I forgot to tighten these screws that hold the nozzle blockers in place. Do you lose more Z height with Stealth Burner? I don't think so, because these are the docks you would use. But in general, Stealth Burner isn't going to have as much room in here in any direction. There we go. So now we figured that we need, what was it? 60 millimeters on the end here. So if we get one of these lined up, top and bottom, we can just take the other ones to it. Just put a door on the side as well and just cover the tool side with a normal panel perhaps. Yeah, just run everything on the side. It's just the gantry gets in the way. I don't know which is probably not any worse than this bar. Gantry is at least movable, I guess. Okay, so that is 60 millimeters. This needs to sit and be right at 60 millimeters. Let's go up. Oh. To loosen these, because this whole thing needs to go up. So this needs to go up in order for that to all set nice and neat. Let the docks kind of dictate the location of this, so I'm not pulling on the docks, putting any extra forces on the docks. Make sure this is flush, this is flush, and we can tighten this. And the rest of them should be able to just move up against the others, just like that. Do 40 on each side and space between docks. Does that matter? Does it matter? If I have, oh, well, that one didn't hit. Come on, can I get it? Oh, so close. This is when a Allen key like this comes in handy. I can push that T-nut right into place. Would there be an advantage to having some space between the docks? You did miss the giveaway, another CG. Would there be an advantage to having space between the docks? Tools not so close to each other? Is it a problem to have them close to each other? Aesthetically, evening the space between it? Depends on extruders and wiggle room. Okay, so we have, if we want to evenly space the docks across here, we have 120 millimeters of gap, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 20 millimeters. That I'm not opposed to that. It seems like a decently good idea. Where did I just put the driver for that. Where is that? Is that it? Yeah. So that would mean 20 millimeters. Okay. So we want 20 millimeters between each. Do I have anything I can use as a 20 millimeter spacer? What could I possibly use as a 20 millimeter spacer? I have no idea. What in the world would I use? What in the world could be used as a 20 millimeter spacer? There you go, tuxedo. And bonus, it kind of helps me line it up, assuming that that's... Yeah. Need a minimum... Ah! Come on, Nemi! Seriously? Spoil my fun. Where does it say that? Where does it say that in the docs? Where does it say that in the docs? Modular docs. 3D printed space that is twice as long as you need. Use a table saw to cut it down to half size. No, I get it. I get it. I get it. Could I do 20 millimeters if I went to a slim idler? Do I have a 30-30 extrusion in here? I do. It might be a little unwieldy to use for this. Get a little unwieldy. I get why. I get why. I'm just frustrated that I have to do it. I have slims and it's close to 20. I don't. Okay. We're going to keep with the 30 millimeter extrusion idea. I don't think I have any 15s, 15 handy. Just hold that there. I don't have anything small. I do have some Mark III extrusions, but they're in the shed. They're only that long. That would have been fine. A lot easier, but they're in the shed. Okay, so that's 30 millimeters on that side. These are all gonna have to go over quite a bit. Well, a printed cube isn't going to be close. I mean, it's going to be accurate enough probably for this, to be honest. But this is more fun. This is more fun. Dealing with a big ol' it's a little off. Thing next to your mug, the dancing oily blob. It is the engagement machine. There we go. It's a ferrofluid noise activated thingamabob. Okay, so I took 60 millimeters away. Now I have another 60 millimeters to distribute across 4 spaces. So that's about 12 millimeters each, right? No, 15 millimeters each. Oh, do I have some 15-15? Is that right? Did I do the math right there? In that short little bit? Do I have some 15-15? I should. Should have some 15 somewhere. Don't know where though. Nothing super handy. Once again, in the other garage, I'm going to have some, but maybe there's some under here. Nope. Nope. I don't know where he is. Your printer's away with all those kinds of... Oh. You have a CNC gantry with the original gantry work for that front support. You mean the... Are you talking about the X beam? I don't think so. I think the X beam is too short. Get this thing on here. Go. There we go. Oh, no, that's 12 millimeters wide. What else could I use? I know I have some 15-15 extrusion somewhere, but I don't want to have to go get it. Let's just do it by ruler. Go. The X-beam, the joys of modding an orange frame. Oh yeah. Go. Go. Right on. Right on. I could, but the ruler here seems a little easier to deal with than that. Besides, I only have one more to do. Let's see. Let's see how good I can get just by eye. Let's see how that is. Right there should be it for that. Yeah. Ah, it's off by a millimeter. Why is that? That is right at 30. That's right at 30. But that's at like 16 and a half. That's right at 15. That's right at 15. It's not a full millimeter off. Okay, well, I will be fiddly with this later. I will be fiddly with that later, but that is really close to evenly spaced along there with 30 millimeter gaps on the sides. Cool. What's next? What are we, 225? I know it's not important. It's important to me. It's important to me. Have to print spacer parts just because. Where were we? Modular dock install crossbar. That's what we just did. 2, 3, 4. Secure the top. 6. You have completed the installation. The back plate still needs adjustment, but it will be adjusted in its final position during calibration. Somewhere in here might be nice to make a note that says, make sure you have enough gap here to clear your idlers of choice. So might be good to have a note there. At least then you can point to it as being necessary. Maybe this isn't the exact spot. Maybe it's another spot here, and maybe it's already here and I've missed it. Let's go overview. Yeah. Anyway, let's get that. Shuttles is the next one. You're gonna owe me a beard? I didn't say. I said maybe it's there and I missed it. Said maybe it's there and I missed it. Where did I miss it? So I can show folks. Where did I miss it? It's on the, if I'm on the crossbar, or if I'm on, where would it be? Because it seems to be, maybe it's here. I'd buy you a beer anyway, though. I'd buy you a beer anyway. Just have to be in the same place at the same time. But I would like to know where that is, because I'm not immediately seeing it. And I don't know where it would be if it wasn't here or if it wasn't on one of these. Dock installation step 3. 2, 3. There it is. Place the dock between the crossbar and the frame. It's easier to do this in the center of the printer, and then slide the dock into its position. Make sure the tool will be able to reach the dock. The outer docks need to be a minimum of 30 millimeters from the inside of the printer's frame for a Voron, or 19 millimeters for Micron. Next time is tequila shots. Thank you. This is where it is. I would still change the wording. I don't know if I would, but this is minimum of 30 millimeters. But if you have slim idlers, you can get away with less. I guess it doesn't really matter. I won't argue either way. Shuttles. What are we doing on shuttles? Okay. Well, I'm not ready to do shuttles. So I think this is a good time that we're at 4.5 hours or 4 hours in because we started half an hour later. We're at 4 hours in. We made some pretty good progress. I can't actually do tool head assembly easily because I happen to be impacted by a fan problem on these where the fans that were included in the kit will not PWM. They're either all on or very weak. So I have, LDO is going to send new fans, but that's going to take hopefully just until next weekend. So I think this is a good place to stop for the day. Plus I need to go get my repaired laptop, and the sooner I can get that done, the better. You can't get away with less than 30 because the shuttle hits the side of the gantry. Ah, okay. That is additional information I didn't know. Oh, looks like some kind of trapped evil entity. Yes, it is. Is the kit available from vendors? I don't know if it's in stock, but I think you can buy it. I think you can buy it. The folks here would probably know more. This is where we're at. The next thing is dealing with the shuttle. So I am going to print more of this great fitting shuttle or backplate. I got to print 4 more of those. And I'm going to assemble them. And then on Sunday, if I have fans, well, if I have fans or not, I'm going to assemble at least one tool head, which may take the whole stream, and then work on some of the other things. Like I don't have end stops on here yet. I'm going to use Nemi's mod, which is a dual end stop that mounts into the little wire channel on the stepper mount, and then accompanying pieces on the carriage to where I can hit X and Y end stop in this one piece, which is really nice. So we're gonna try that, but we'll install that next stream. That will get me set up to be able to finish my little Z umbilical here. That is what I'll be doing for Z. And I have to figure out I want a chamber thermistor, so I got to figure out a mount for that still. Links are under resellers on the website. There you go. How would you even tell if Steve had been possessed by an absolute evil? I mean, would there even be a difference? No, there wouldn't. No Z chain on my build. This I didn't have one before. This is using my Z umbilical setup. It is on my GitHub. So, what else? The bed is on there. There's a few other things I want to do to this. Oh, we wanted to visualize. So if you look at this from the side here and you see that this area here kind of defines this notch in the front that you can print under here up to whatever would hit the bottom of these docks. But you have to define an exclusion zone that's a notch out of the front here. So you can do tall things back here, but you can't do tall if it extends towards the front. So, yeah, you're right. For the umbilicals to come up. So, can you actually print to the front edge of the bed? Even at like first layer stuff, or do you lose part of the front no matter what? So you prime up front. Okay. At least that keeps the prime out of your print area. You can put it to the edge of the bed. To the edge of the bed under the docks. Should be with ant heads. Also, you could push the bed a little more back. I wonder if it would be a good idea to push the head back as far as you can and put the little sex ball in the front. Then you could be able to maximize your space there. I don't know if that's a good idea or if I'm missing something on that. Very cool. Okay. Reminder that I did screw up in terms of scheduling. I won't be doing a member stream this month, but I'm going to do 2 in January. The first one will probably have to be the 10th. So it'll be basically back-to-back weekends in January because of other things going on. It might be the 10th and then the last weekend because I do have something. I won't be streaming, I think, the weekend of the 16th. But yeah, I screwed that up. We will be back on this on the Sunday after Christmas, and I'm planning on playing around with the index on the Wednesday before Christmas, on Christmas Eve. So it's just the bed edge, Y home position. So I am pleased with how this is looking. I am glad to see some progress on it. I very much appreciate the draft shift folks that are in here. Kind of keeping an eye out, making sure I don't screw anything up too bad. Thank you, everybody. I am going to sign off. Appreciate it. Hope everyone has a good week. If I don't see you before next weekend, hope you have a good holidays, however you celebrate or not. Hope to see you Wednesday. Thanks, Polymaker, for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks for everyone who gifted memberships or became members. Thanks to everybody who liked. We're at 332 likes. That's a lot for a stream anymore. So take care, everyone. See you next time. Enjoy the build. Bye.